The Bicol University family stands in solidarity with our brothers and sisters from Mindanao State University, particularly the victims and the bereaved families of the Marawi bombing that was blatantly perpetrated at the heart of an inclusive higher education institution. We are extending our most profound condolences and heartfelt prayers to everyone affected by this recent atrocious attack on innocent civilians, celebrating their faith in what would have been a most solemn welcome to the Advent season, celebrated by our Christian brothers and sisters. That this tragic bombing has to happen inside a higher education institution during a religious celebration is a direct breach into our safe spaces and an assault into our sanctuaries of higher learning. We join the MSU family in strongly denouncing violence in all forms and in any attacks on civilians and the general public. We also adhere to the statement released by the Catholic Bishop Conference of the Philippines that such violence should not only be denounced, it should also be renounced as a way of seeking redress by every peace loving Filipino. We will be offering prayers in all our interfaith celebrations in our campuses, particularly during our annual pre-aguinaldo masses for the eternal repose of the souls of the victims, healing for those injured and recovering, and comfort and security to all whose heart and peace of mind have been threatened by this latest senseless and violent act. I invite all other faith-based groups, especially in Bicol University, to do the same as we pray that justice may be served and those responsible be held accountable for the tragic consequences of the MSU Marawi bombing incident. To my Bicol University family, let us remain vigilant as we continue to advocate for peace and justice in an inclusive and safe society as a university for humanity. Jos Mabalos. The Bicol University family stands in solidarity with our brothers and sisters from Mindanao State University, particularly the victims and the bereaved families of the Marawi bombing that was blatantly perpetrated at the heart of an inclusive higher education institution. We are extending our most profound condolences and heartfelt prayers to everyone affected by this recent atrocious attack on innocent civilians, celebrating their faith in what would have been a most solemn welcome to the Advent season, celebrated by our Christian brothers and sisters. That this tragic bombing has to happen inside a higher education institution during a religious celebration is a direct breach into our safe spaces and an assault into our sanctuaries of higher learning. We join the MSU family in strongly denouncing violence in all forms and in any attacks on civilians and the general public. We also adhere to the statement released by the Catholic Bishop Conference of the Philippines that such violence should not only be denounced, it should also be renounced as a way of seeking redress by every peace loving Filipino. We will be offering prayers in all our interfaith celebrations in our campuses, particularly during our annual pre-aguinaldo masses for the eternal repose of the souls of the victims, healing for those injured and recovering, and comfort and security to all whose heart and peace of mind have been threatened by this latest senseless and violent act. I invite all other faith-based groups, especially in Bicol University, to do the same as we pray that justice may be served and those responsible be held accountable for the tragic consequences of the MSU Marawi bombing incident. To my Bicol University family, let us remain vigilant as we continue to advocate for peace and justice in an inclusive and safe society as a university for humanity. Jos Mabalos.
Kaohsiung Cruise Port Terminal, which is here. This one, Kaohsiung Cruise Port Terminal, okay, has become the new landmark for the Southern Port City and will be an important gateway for 5G application. On the left side here, there's an eSport arena and also music center. Those demonstration fields will be used as AR, VR, or even MR, mixed application. On the left side, all valuable spaces for our startups to enhance their innovation. And this is another view of our Kaohsiung port. What is our mission? Our vision is to be the #1 international brand of cluster in Southern Taiwan by co-marketing with Linko startup terrorists from Taipei to deepen and increase business opportunities with Japan, Southeast Asia, East Asia, and the United States, or even Europe. Using forward-looking 5G technology, AIoT, and other smart tech to cooperate startup engaging innovation applications. Furthermore, we link up international entrepreneurs, accelerators, and laying the foundation for overseas cooperation and the expanding sales channel. This is what we look inside the Startup Terrace Kaohsiung. STK was opened in December 2021 at Kaohsiung Software Technology Park in the Foxconn Technology Building on the 3rd floor and the 8th floors. We have a world-class infrastructure with 25 independent office rooms and 130 co-working seats, 8 meeting rooms, command center, and the demo room to gather innovators, startups, and enterprises to create wonderful business opportunities. We also provide options of virtual co-working seats for international startups. This is our president, and this is our premier. Okay. Startup Terrace is established by the Small and Medium Enterprise and the Startup Administration of the Ministry of Economic Affairs to expand the Asia New Bay Area 5G and the AIoT Innovation Park project. And currently, I'm in charge of this project. And the Asia New Bay Area is the key part of the Great South Policy, which represents the determination of balancing economic and the development of Northern and Southern Taiwan. Central government has invested nearly 10 billion NT, or almost 300 million US dollars since 2021, encouraging more manufacturers to invest in 5G AIoT industry settlement. And this is the advantage of the Startup Terrace Kaohsiung. We provide hands-on expertise such as startup events, workshops, mentoring, and the acceleration program to link up with virtual capital or investors and domestic enterprises. Currently, we have 80 startups and 5 international accelerators reside in our terrace. We encourage you to discover innovative ideas and solutions, focus on especially 5G, AIoT, ESG, smart contest, or marine tourism and other smart applications as our main development domains. 30% of our startups are focusing in e-commerce, and 10% are in smart digital, e-health, smart agriculture, 5G, and AIoT. And we also partner closely with some international big firms such as Microsoft, Amazon Web System, AWS, and Google to cultivate some potential startups and create B2B cloud services and the industrial digital transformation by providing mentoring, POC, and the international market resources for our startups. And also we have some collaborated with some of our international accelerators to provide business some matching opportunities, such as these two. One is in June 30, and the other one is in July 5th. These matching opportunities, we especially invite some of the VC or CVC or investors to come to our Startup Terrace Kaohsiung to have a direct connection or direct interaction with our startups. And so that our startups, they can deploy their business ideas swiftly. And also we have some of accelerators reside in our Startup Terrace Kaohsiung. And they all provide some of the services for our startups. For example, we have some accelerators that specialize in e-health or smart agriculture or smart tech, ESG, or branding. These are our accelerators. Kaohsiung also, this is a map of Kaohsiung. This is where we are here. Where we are here. At least, oh no. This is Startup Terrace Kaohsiung. But National University of Kaohsiung is somewhere where? Somewhere around here. Somewhere around here. All right. Okay. Yeah. Or yeah, somewhere around here. Okay. And this is Startup Terrace Kaohsiung. Okay, this is a Kaohsiung port. Okay. And the Kaohsiung also provide perfect cluster to support startups in variety industry. Here is the map of Kaohsiung City. The industry is focusing on metal processing and the chemical industry, as well as precision machinery and biotech and medical industry. Kaohsiung also has plastic injection and the mold industry and the electronic industry. This is our soft landing program. We encourage some of the international startups, they can apply for this soft landing program. We promote this key, another key promotion is we want to become the #1 choice in the Indo-Pacific regions for global startups by connecting international resources and the domestic futures. We want to create an ecosystem, attract more startups to Taiwan, and expand their market with more business opportunities from matching. With our soft landing program, we provide 3 months of free co-working spaces, exhibition opportunities. For example, like a Missiles exhibition, matchmaking or B2B on-site visit and the Green Pass services to assist the startups landing in Startup Terrace Kaohsiung. Lastly, this is our 2024 agenda. We will kick off the soft landing program in March next year and select 3 to 5 global startups and provide mentor and assistance to optimize their business market to fit in Southern Taiwan. Furthermore, we will start the 3rd year of the Green Tech Startup Challenge by April to invite more domestic and international firms to join and provide their pain points to this contest. This is the 3rd year. Next year will be the third time of this contest. Then give the startups opportunities to submit their resolution plans for those pain points from the big firms in Taiwan or global firms. By doing this contest, We bridge the big firms with the startups together. We believe with the support from Taiwan central government and domestic business partners, we can assist global startups and incubators to expand their market in Taiwan with an exciting future. Okay, thank you very much for your participation and listening. Okay, this is my presentation. Thank you. Any questions?
Welcome to leave the questions in our Slido links. So at the final session, our speakers will answer your questions. Thank you. Next, let's have the second speech from the Dr. Dimson M. Rivero, Dean of College of Business, Economics, and Management from the Bickel University, to share the speech with the topic of social entrepreneurship, leveraging social issues to social impact. This is the screen from yeah, you can use this one.
Okay, good afternoon. Let me shoot you a first question. Why do people get into business? Anyone? Why do people venture into business? Anybody? Yes, sir. Of course, to make money. We cannot discount the fact that people venture into business basically because they want to acquire profit. However, entrepreneurship is not just about money. Entrepreneurship is not just about making profit or acquiring profit. We understand that people invested money. They outlaid capital basically because they want to earn positive rates of return. Like what I've just said, entrepreneurship is not just about economic values, but it is also about social responsibility. Entrepreneurs nowadays, particularly in my country, the Philippines, are now ripe when it comes to integrating social responsibility in their business venture. It is high time for entrepreneurs indeed to integrate social content in their social endeavor, particularly in doing business. You know why? If you would try to inspect our daily newspaper, it all contained nothing but unworthy of appreciation. Sad to say, we have crimes, poverty, violence, drugs, graft and corruptions, political upheaval, environmental degradation, moral decadence. These are the menaces that continue to haunt our present society. Question, is this yesterday's dreams? Where can we establish our dreams and aspirations when we are faced with such an abhorrent scenario? Sad but true. This is reality, and this reality poses a big challenge for entrepreneurs nowadays. Ladies and gentlemen, entrepreneurs are now called to act. Entrepreneurs should become not just profit-oriented, but to become a socially responsible entrepreneur, targeting the people, planet, and profit. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my discourse this afternoon. Social entrepreneurship in the Philippines, leveraging social issues to social impact. Before I go on any further, I'd like to greet you, magandang araw or hapon po sa inyong lahat. It means good afternoon. If you can see there, it's a very beautiful Mayon volcano. But indeed, it's very dangerous when it erupts. Of course, it is one of the most active stratovolcanoes in the world, and it stands about 7,085 feet. And with that, we will have our outline of my presentation. For just 20 minutes, I'll focus on business environment, and I'll also focus on social entrepreneurship in the Philippines vis-a-vis the triple bottom line concept. The Philippine business environment, trying to contextualize and of course doing some challenges. In the Philippines, we have three economic participants. We have the government who acts as a leader. We have households or individuals who are actually consumers. And of course, we have business enterprises who are producers of goods and services. And these economic participants are actually interrelated to one another in the factor called interdependence, which means their strengths and weaknesses are interrelated to one another. With that, let me just bring you some snapshots of the Philippines for those who haven't been to Philippines or haven't heard about Philippines yet. Let me give you some details of a very, very, interesting facts and figures about Philippines. Philippines is just like a string of pearls spread all over the Pacific Ocean. We have beautifully diverse islands, and you'll never imagine how many islands do we have in the Philippines, especially if it's low tide. Our country, the Philippines, is actually stretched from north to south, from 1,150 miles between the Pacific Ocean and, of course, the South China Sea. We are also known as the Pearl of the Orient Seas because of our natural beauties, because of the natural beauties of the Philippines. We have three giants, islands. We have Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, the three major islands in the Philippines. Our capital city is Manila, and it is named after King Philip II of Spain. My country, the Philippines, is actually the fifth largest island country with an area of 120,000 square miles. Believe me or not, we are 117 million Filipinos as of November 15, 2023. We also speak 87 dialects, and our native tongue is Tagalog. We are 87.3% Filipinos who are fluent in English. Mind you, if you go to the Philippines and if you happen to bump with a 5-year-old kid, he can or she can speak effortlessly English and fluently English. That's how diverse Philippines is, with 81 distinct ethnic groups. And we are also the 7th most populated country in Asia. We are also the 13th most populated country in the world. And we compose the 10.2 million Filipinos living overseas in terms of diaspora. Because each year, Filipinos are leaving the country to look for greener pasture. And that is where the capital plight or the brain drain situation happens. We almost lose every intelligent person in the Philippines trying to go abroad to look for greener pasture. We are also your 500,000 skilled nurses at UK's National Health Services. We are also 250,000 seafarers manning the most world's commercial ships. We are your software engineers in Ireland. We are your skilled construction workers in the Middle East. And we are your doctors and caregivers in North America. And we are your musical artists in London's West End. The Philippine Islands is as beautiful as that. If you would happen to say, how many islands do we have in the Philippines? Most people would say it's 7,107 islands, but that is no longer the case. We already have 7,641 islands in the Philippines as of February of 2016, and that is being accounted by NAMRIA. This is now the real McCoy. This is now the real scenario. The Philippines is actually in the Pacific Ring of Fire. Because of our geographical location, we are in the earthquake ring of fire. We are facing the Pacific Ocean, where the world's strongest typhoons are being brewed. And we are actually experiencing an average of 20 strongest typhoons in the world every year. And we are actually exposed to natural hazards. We have earthquake, we have volcanic eruption, we have floods, name it, we have it. If you want us to share to Taiwan, we are very much willing. That is where the Philippines is. Last November 18, 2023, just so recent, we had 7.2 earthquake that rattled Davao. Lives, livelihood were devastated. Philippines, after the Typhoon Haiyan, Super Typhoon Haiyan, last November 8, 2013, the whole world experienced how the whole world witnessed how our country, the Philippines, suffered from the Typhoon Haiyan with 11 billion cost of damage, 10 million people affected, and over 15,000 people died. If you can see here, poverty directly impacts economic growth in the Philippines due to inequality of income and managed population growth and geographical location. The poverty situation in my country as of September 7, 2022 was estimated to be at 18.1%. A family of, 5 need to have about 16,000 NTD to live for a month for foods. Or, should I say, 23,000 NTD to live for a month for food and non-food. This is, ladies and gentlemen, the Philippines' poverty threshold. Addressing poverty in my country is the most crucial challenge to the government and to the policymakers nowadays. In my country, the Philippines, there should be government intervention when it comes to equitable distribution of wealth and income. The government should give social equalizers as far as giving us free education, free housing, free hospitalization, and even free recreation. The Philippine economy has grown at an average of 10%. However, poverty incidence remains above 15%. The critical issue right now is how to narrow the gap between the rich and the poor. And this is what you call the poorest of the poor. In the light of all the pressing issues I presented to you, entrepreneurship comes to the rescue. in a lighter sense of the world, we talk about doing business to solve social problem. Let us forget about profit. Doing business is actually doing something for the people and something for the environment. That is where we are contextualizing what we call business undertaking to a social impact. We are now trying to engage people in the business so that it can leverage social issues to social advantage. In the Philippines, entrepreneurship is flourishing. And that is now the new name of the game of doing business, the social entrepreneurship, vis-a-vis the triple bottom line concept. I'm talking about making your business environmentally friendly, doing your business to give social access to people, and doing business to secure economic value. And these are now the triple bottom line concept: the people, profit, and of course, the planet. Now, let's do away with that. The concept of entrepreneurship, you know that when we talk about entrepreneurship, it talks about innovation, making things, easier. Doing business, you have to embrace innovation. But what makes social entrepreneurs really different compared to classical entrepreneurs? Social entrepreneurs drive social innovation and brings transformation in various fields, including education, health, environment, and social enterprise. With that, the triple bottom line concept talks about the people, planet, and then the profit. It is an accounting framework that incorporates the three dimensions of sustainability: social, environmental, and financial performance of your business. Let's tackle the first element of the triple bottom line concept, which is the social value, or what we call people. We have one social enterprise in the Philippines, and it's actually a social corporation. We call it the Lamoyan Corporation. They're producing Happy toothpaste. They are actually employing deaf and mute as factory workers, because these people who can't speak and who can't hear because of their physical disadvantages, they are given equal opportunity of Lamoyan Corporation in the Philippines, and they're giving equal access to earn money. And that is also one good cause for the Lamoyan Corporation. And they're producing Happy toothpaste, one of the, competitors of Colgate in the Philippines. That's what we call Happy toothpaste. They are more concerned about the people, not just about profit, but also giving access of employment to people who are said to be vulnerable, like the deaf and the mute. Another one is, of course, economic values, and that is profit. It is termed as economic value that is usually created by any organization after deducting all the expenses of any input, even after the exclusion of tied up capital. That's the bottom line. That's the reason behind why people get into business. That's why they would like to earn money out of their invested capital. But I've said earlier ago, it is not just about profit. It's also about social responsibility. And the last one is what we call the planet. Caring for the environment, doing business while solving environmental concerns, upscaling, upgrading things. That's what you call the regenerative processes of reusing, recycling, and reducing. So we have to care. There are businesses in the Philippines, like hotels, into hospitality management industries in our country, which are now practicing green slants. They have green innovations. Even National University of Kaohsiung is a living testament of what we called a planet and ecologically conscious university, branding NUK as a green university with your green innovation. That is where we champion, not just about making profit, not just about caring for the people, but also for our planet. Remember, we only have one planet to live in. That's Earth. If you want to go to Mars, then start caring for Mars. With that, social entrepreneurship is a sustainability platform. It is a process through which we try to resolve social problems and issues by the use of entrepreneurial tools, techniques, approaches, and innovations as well. It refers to a unique approach to economic, environmental, and social problems. What social entrepreneurship focuses on is that how a social problem develops and how an entrepreneur develops solutions to resolve the problem. That is the meat of the matter of social entrepreneurship. Again, let me reiterate that. How a social problem develops and how an entrepreneur develops a solution to resolve a problem, as if you are using using a hammer to hit the head of a nail. That's the approach of social entrepreneurship. What social entrepreneurs do should identify a social issue, develop a social mission, develop support, develop sustainable models, and assess results. These are examples of social entrepreneurship in the Philippines. We have a lot, we have hundreds, but due to the interest of time, I only have like 20 minutes to deliver my discourse. Let me just, walk you through the two very important social enterprises in the Philippines. We have the Paper Project. The Paper Project is a social enterprise that makes handmade greeting cards. The cards are actually made by women survivors of human trafficking and sexual abuse in our country. And they are producing eco-friendly. Take note, it's a social enterprise touching social issues about human trafficking and sexually abused women. We are now trying to empower people who were before into human trafficking, and now they're producing an eco-friendly product made from abaca fiber, or what we call Manila hemp, and that is made from recycled papers. So that's what we call an example of a social enterprise. Now, what makes it a social enterprise? I'm talking still with the Paper Project. All the employed card makers are survivors of human trafficking and, of course, sexual oppression. The Paper Project wants to give a second chance in life to those women by providing them with a stable and fair income, sustainable job through their employment as card makers. So, what is the social cause of the Paper Project? Employment development. They're giving access to people who are survivors of human trafficking and sexual abuse. They are into training them, empowering them, capacitating them. And who does it impact? Women who are sexually abused. Another one, the last one, Jacinto and Lirio, meaning hyacinth and lily, water lily or water hyacinth. It is an invasive plant that usually clogged waterways. It even kills fish. It is a brand by Eco Ingenuity Incorporated in our country that is actually showcasing the Filipino innovation of plant leather, like the water hyacinth, into a more fashionable and functional statement bags and accessories through this one. These are their products. And these are not even far comparable to Dolce & Gabbana, to Hermes, to Louis Vuitton, and whatever designer's bag you have on your mind. They are now being invited to New York Spring Collection next year for the Jacinto and Lirio thing. Imagine, we are now competing in the fashion industry while trying to resolve environmental issue in our country. Jacinto and Lirio aims to raise the competitiveness of Philippine indigenous materials and support the communities who produce them by building global Filipino designer brands. The water hyacinth is actually one of the most invasive aquatic species in the Philippines, devastating the communities through clogging waterways and aggravating floods. Therefore, each purchase not only goes towards sustaining the livelihoods of individuals in their communities, but also transforms the negative impact of water hyacinth into one hope and empowerment. What is its social cause? Environmental, employment, development, and skills training. And who does it impact? Disaster-affected groups, rural communities. So these are basically examples of social enterprises in the Philippines. If you can search in the web, we have many social enterprises. And I'm very, very much happy because this is now the new call or the new order of what we call doing business in our country. My challenge for each and every one is really to be compassionate when it comes to doing business. We have different senses, but our sense of obligation to the people, to the planet, and to the profit for business sake should actually be the triple bottom line or the targets why people do business. The next time I ask you, why do people venture into business? Please do not forget people and planet. Thank you very much. With that, I leave you with a very good quote from my idol, Professor Muhammad Yunus, the Grameen Bank Project innovator. I am encouraging young people to become social business entrepreneurs and contribute to the world rather than making money. Making money is no fun. Contributing to and changing the world is a lot fun. Thank you. Shishi. Magandang hapon po.
Thank you, Dr. Rivero. And then goes to the next speech. The speaker is also from the Bicol University, Philippines. Let's have Ms. Gail Tamsing, ZC, the college document controller from the Bicol University, with the topic of optimizing lean canvas for enterprise development.
Good afternoon, everyone. So again, let me introduce myself. I'm Miss C, and I'm from Bicol University, Philippines. So my topic for today is about optimizing opportunities via lean canvas. So what do we mean by a lean canvas? A lean canvas is a one-page business plan created by Ash Moria. It is a perfect format for brainstorming possible models, prioritizing where to start, and tracking ongoing learning. It is also a planning method that helps you to get to the heart of your idea it puts everyone on one page, helping you to set out the key information that you need without any of the unnecessary details. So a lean canvas replaces elaborate business plans with a single-page business model. So the next slide is the lean canvas model. A lean canvas model has 9 boxes and has 9 components on it. So these are the following components, and these are the step-by-step process. The customer segment and the problem can be interchanged in the first step. The next is a unique value proposition. Third is the solution. Fourth is the channel. Fifth, the cost structures and revenue streams. Sixth is the key metrics. And lastly, the unfair advantage. So let me get into the details of each component. Take note that the boxes on the lean canvas are intentionally small because it forces you to be concise. So the first component of the lean canvas is the customer segment. This defines the specific group of types of customers your business is targeting. The key word for this is the audience. So understanding who your customers are is a vital step. You can't know what their main problems are if you don't know who they are. So in the customer segment section, you need to write down who your target audience is, which might include several customer segments. The customer segments and the problems are tied together. You have to take note of that. So you will probably need to think about both at the same time. So the problem and the customer segments can be viewed as intrinsically connected. Without a customer segment in mind, you can't think of their problems and vice versa. The next component is the problem. The problem. This section outlines the specific problem or pain point that your product or service aims to solve. Understanding the key problems of your customer is essential. So you use this section to list the top problems that your different customer segments experience that you're aiming to solve. Each customer segment you are thinking to work with will have a set of problems that they need solving. So in this box, you try listing the 1 to 3 high priority problems that your customer segment has. Remember that without the problem to solve, you don't have a product or a service to offer. So the best way to illustrate the lean canvas is through an example. And I will give you an example called the Facebook. One of the world's most popular social media can also serve as a lean canvas example. It started as a project of Harvard students. These guys created FaceMash, a website allowing the students to rank each other's photos. So Eduardo Severin and Mark Zuckerberg quickly recognized the potential of this idea. They developed the concept of FaceMash into the Facebook, a rough yet very promising social media platform. So if we consider Facebook to be one of the lean canvas example, here's how this model would look like. If you can see, the customer segments are the Harvard students and the students of other universities and colleges. And the problem is, the students needed a solution for fun and online communication. The next component of the lean canvas is the unique value proposition. It is one of the most important boxes on the lean canvas and is also the hardest to get it right. So it is a single, clear, compelling message that states why you are different and worth buying. So this section sits in the middle of the canvas because it's what you are proposing to offer to your customers. It sets out the unique value that your business will provide. A value proposition is a promise of value to be delivered. It's the primary reason a prospect should buy from you. A way to get your head around this is to think why you are different and why should your customer segment buy or invest time in you. In the unique value proposition, it is where you have to distill the essence of your product on few words that can hit in the headline of your landing page. So let's go back to the Facebook. The unique value proposition is the only online communication platform oriented on Harvard students. Later, it expanded on the students of other colleges. The next component is the solution. The solution describes how your product or service addresses the identified problem. This is usually a brief description of the value proposition. What's the answer to your customers' problems that you're going to offer them? You won't always have the perfect solution right away, but the purpose of creating a business is to help you get started. If you want to find the solution to your problem, don't assume it will just come to you. You have to talk to your customer segments to find out what they want and what they need. So finding a solution to the problem is a golden egg. You're not going to get it right off the first bat, but that's okay because this is what Lean is all about. What you need to do is interview your customer segments, ask them questions, and take those learnings. So the solution for Facebook is social media is where students can communicate, share files, connect with friends, and have fun with each other. The next component is the channel. The channel are the ways you use for promoting and improving your product. It goes about the way you choose to communicate your audience or your customer segments. What channels are you going to use to reach your customers? These are the marketing and advertising methods that you're going to use from digital marketing to more traditional channels. Channels are the ways to reach your CS. Remember that in the initial stages, it's important not to think about the scale but to focus on learning. With that, try to think which channels will give you enough access to your customer segments and at the same time give you enough learning. Channels can be emails, social media, ads, blogs, articles, trade shows, radio and TV, webinars, and etc. So these are the channel for the Facebook. Expanding the network by referring various college students. Collecting user feedback through the app and reviewing the key metrics to adapt to the product to the needs of the audience. Next is the cost structure. It goes about the cost that the business occurs through its operations. These are the expenses on its key operations and practices. So it could include the market research, the technology, the staff costs, and more. The cost structure of Facebook is the hosting, the development, and the payroll. The revenue stream component is the section that is the final part of the lean canvas. and is a similar portion to the previous cost structure. In this section, it's important not to think about what different sources of revenue will look like and how they would create a profit. So an important question to ask in this section could be, how will your company create a revenue and make a profit? The revenue streams for Facebook are the investment and the advertising revenue. The next is the key metrics. Your key metrics are what you will use to monitor how your business is performing. Identify the key performance indicators you will use to track your business success. So you can identify some key activities that you want to watch closely to see how people are interacting and how your business and its product or services. The key metric for the Facebook are the DAU, which means daily active users, the MAU, the monthly active users, and the North Star metrics. These are the key metrics that details how many unique users or people visit and interact with the platforms. It measures the success of the product, which is the Facebook. So lastly is the unfair advantage. Your unfair advantage is what you have that no other business has. It can be copied or bought, so it will help you to stand out from the rest. This is your competitive advantage. This is the last step in the process and is often the most difficult. Your unfair advantage could be so many things, from an unbeatable staff to endorsements from experts. It's worth taking time to think about it and identify something that you can do others that can't buy. So the unfair advantage for Facebook is a brand new type of website, a unique student network with the most demanded social features developed by the students. So wrapping it up, to summarize, the main purpose of the Lean Canvas is to let you identify who your customers are, what problems they have, and how you want to solve them. This ends my discussion for today. Thank you. Shasha.
Thank you, Professor Geneva. Sorry. Thank you, Ms. Gail Thompson, ZC. Now, let's have the next speaker, Professor Geneva Nyanyagas, College Student Activities and Services Coordinator from the Beacon University, to share the speech with the topic, Entrepreneurial Opportunity Seeking.
Okay, sound and sight check. Can everyone hear me and see the screen? Of course. Am I too loud? No, okay. I am Geneva M. Narialiaga, so one of the faculty members from Bicol University College of Business, Economics, and Management Entrepreneurship Department. So this afternoon, I'll be talking about entrepreneurial opportunity seeking. So at the end of this discussion, we will have identified abilities useful for opportunity identification, and we will also have learned creativity techniques to come up with original ideas, as well as, of course, learn basic criteria to evaluate business opportunities. This session now will allow us to put ourselves in the shoes of the entrepreneur and begin to understand where the entrepreneur begins his journey, and that is identifying opportunities to exploit, of course, and then to turn into an entrepreneurial venture. So this will be done by giving you a little backgrounder of what is entrepreneurship. When starting a new business, there is an entrepreneurial process that is often followed, and then continuing by discussing your personal strengths, abilities, talents that you can build on to identify business opportunities. And then we will also be using metaphors and brainwriting as a technique to think outside the box. So towards the end of this session, we will learn how to evaluate the opportunities that have identified on the basis of criteria considered to be important by successful entrepreneurs. So, okay. We all know when we talk about entrepreneurship, probably the words that pop up in your mind are business, profit, money, opportunity, process, people, planet, profit. Okay. Now, I'm going to start my presentation by asking you, how will you best describe, ask our participants for this afternoon session, that how will you best describe entrepreneurship in one word? Anyone? How will you best describe entrepreneurship in one word? Okay, you are recognized. Very good. Creative. Okay, creativity. What else? Anyone? You will probably think of innovation. Okay, yeah. But I know you have your one word that best describes entrepreneurship in your mind. Now, all your one word that best describes entrepreneurship is correct. Creative, of course. Creativity. But if you will ask me if how will I best describe entrepreneurship in one word, I'd like to agree to the voice master Pocholo Gonzalez. According to him, entrepreneurship is fun. Okay. So way back 2020, I guess, there is this conference we have attended and participated in Bicol University. So one of the invited guest speaker here is the person named Pocholo Gonzalez. So according to him, entrepreneurship is fun. And he mentioned when he told the audience that if you would ask Mr. Gonzalez, the one word that best describes entrepreneurship is fun. And then there is this one participant who stand up and asked Pocholo Gonzalez, now, sir, what the fun word is that? Now, there is this three words behind the three-letter word that explains why entrepreneurship is fun. Okay, can you guess it? So I guess we can start with letter F. Now, the same question. How will you best describe entrepreneurship in one word that starts with letter F? Fun, correct. Okay. Finances. Fantastic. Okay. Flourishing. What else? Fabulous. Okay. But according to Pocholo Gonzalez, the letter F stands for participation. Why? I agree with Mr. Pocholo Gonzalez because participation, there is this entrepreneur behind entrepreneurship. Without the participation of entrepreneur, there is this no entrepreneurship. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So I guess we can proceed with letter U. Okay. So I hope we think creatively. Okay? We think outside the box. I am not teaching you the wrong spelling and then wrong pronunciation, but this is to highlight, of course, the 3 word behind the fun word. Okay? Now, how will you best describe entrepreneurship in one word that starts with letter U? Unique. Yes. Unique. Okay, the same. What else? Okay, so there is this no word. Okay, so according to Ponchalo Gonzalez, it is very important when we engage, of course, in entrepreneurship that we need to have humor. Okay, why? Because, yes, entrepreneurial ventures have high rates of failure in converting an idea to a business. So we seek to understand the role of humor to sustain the ventures. Okay? So I hope, but it seems that you are all creative and thinking outside the box because this is the letter that you think and then you identify creatively. So this is the last word, okay? The last letter. It's letter N. This is the most important when you engage in entrepreneurship. Now, how will you best describe entrepreneurship in one word that starts with letter N? Yes. Very good. That starts with letter N. Okay. How about the other participants? Yes. Oh, I guess that's guest speaker. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Very good. I love the way you think, mom. You think outside the box. It's engagement. What else? Yes, entrepreneur encouragement. Very good. Okay. But empowerment. That starts with letter N. Okay. Now, according to Ponchalo Gonzalez, the last word that best describes entrepreneurship is you need to enjoy. Why? Okay? In doing business, it is very important to consider, of course, our self-fulfillment. So, if we are happy on what we are doing, the return of this enjoyment is the success of the business. Now, more than that, the Commission of European Communities tells us that entrepreneurship is both a mindset and process to create and develop economic activity by blending risk-taking creativity and or innovation with sound management within new or an existing organization. Okay. Now, this opportunity identification, opportunity seeking, there is this, when we start, of course, a new business, there is an entrepreneurial process that is often followed. An entrepreneur must find, evaluate, and develop an opportunity by overcoming the forces that resist the creation of something new. So the entire entrepreneurial process has 4 distinct phases. So number 1, first phase is the opportunity identification and evaluation, followed by the development of business plan and determination of the required resources, and then at last, the management of the resulting enterprise. But let us focus on the first phase of the entrepreneurial process, which is opportunity seeking and opportunity identification. Opportunity has been acknowledged as the key component of entrepreneurship. So this partially explains the growing interest in opportunity identification, which resulted into a well thought out definition, processes, and evaluation of opportunities, where identifying business opportunity is a chance to meet a market need and in a creative process in which novel and valuable business ideas are produced, and in a creative combination of resources to deliver superior value and new goods, services, raw materials, markets, and organizing methods can be introduced. Now, the importance of this opportunity identification, it initiates entrepreneurial venture. So, I'm so sorry for the intermission number. I don't have voice. Okay. So the opportunity, the importance of opportunity identification, yeah, it initiates, of course, entrepreneurial ventures is the key to the engine, of course, that starts new businesses opportunity recognition as it originates of both personal and societal wealth. So it is important to note, of course, that opportunity identification is a continuous process throughout the entrepreneurial process. Now, moving forward, how can we identify opportunity identification? Okay? Opportunities. So it's first, of course, identifying and using your strength and identifying social resources, social network, creativity, and then problem solving. So the first one is identifying and using your strength. So it is important because one gets a good rate of one strength, and this helps, of course, one to achieve one goals and then also excel whatever you decide to do. So when you know yourself, that tells then you know the business ideas that you can pursue. So always focus on your strength because they help you to know which business ideas to pursue to achieve your goals. So this is the starting point on how to get a good business idea. The next one is identifying, of course, your social resources, your social network. So it is therefore important to think of the people that you know and assess how they can be beneficial to you at the different stages of entrepreneurial process. It is very important to remember your strengths, hobbies, and unique abilities are your most precious asset. Your social networks and good relations with people are the second important asset. So the people you relate or work with will always complement what you don't have. Moving forward, another, of course, is creativity. Creativity is typically used to refer to the act of producing new ideas, approaches, or actions. So entrepreneurs need to be creative when identifying opportunities. So they should think, of course, outside the box. We need to think outside the box. So this will help them to avoid the Me Too business like salon, grocery shop, barber shop, among others, unless otherwise you are offering something unique. So let us try this brainwriting in terms of creativity. So I guess you can share, like for example, let us use metaphors in order to be more creative. Okay, so I guess I'll ask our participants to imagine yourself if you were something else. Okay, so if you were a foreigner in the Philippines, what do you need? Passport. Okay, yeah. How about our other participants? If you were a foreigner in the Philippines, what do you need? Yes. Money, very good. Okay, yeah. What else? Honey. Okay, yeah. So us, we are a foreigner here in Taiwan. We first look for a map. Sorry, okay. So we look for a map. What else? If you were a foreigner in the Philippines, what do you need? Yes. A place to live. That's accommodation. Okay, so you can probably identify business opportunities by, of course, providing accommodation for this tourist. The next one is, if you were a baby, what do you need? Milk. Okay. But the best meal, the best is, it's not formula, but breastfeeding. Okay. Yeah. But what else? If you were a baby, what do you need? Diaper. Okay. In the Philippines, of course, we need to have this concern for our planet. So we have this washable diaper, lampin. Okay. In the Philippines, we call it in the Philippines lampin. That's a washable cloth. Okay. Diaper. So another one is if you were a street kid, what do you need? Street. So, okay. Food, okay? Now, you can possibly identify a lot of business opportunities by, of course, utilizing food, okay? The metaphors that I have presented, you can use as many metaphors as you can because this is what makes you more creative when you identify business opportunity. So, again, we need to think outside the box. The next one that you can possibly identify business opportunity is problem solving. So opportunity seeking is crucial because it allows entrepreneurs to identify and pursue ventures with profit potential. So it helps them stay competitive and then address, when we say problem solving, opportunity identification, it addresses, of course, the real world problems. Also, it makes positive impact on our society. For example, identifying a community and listing all the problems that they are facing in that specific community. Then select problems that have potential solution. So analyzing the problems and choose one and list more than 10 solutions to this problem. Now the question here is, how many of this solution are business ideas? Now, when looking out for solutions, identify, of course, the skills, resources, and knowledge that you can use in implementing the solution in the community. More than that, there are also other ways to identify business opportunity. People will always have needs. You can possibly use this people needs to identify business opportunity. So a human need is a basic requirement that an individual wishes to satisfy. So needs are basic part of human life and are therefore not created by businesses. So existing product or services product provider weaknesses, application of existing products for new functions, and people needs look out for people like what exists is too expensive, needs something cheaper, and what exists is not easy to use, so need a user-friendly one. So quality of existing product or services is not good enough and many others. So that's identifying business opportunity. Now, when you identify, of course, business opportunity, we need to screen and evaluate the business opportunity. So the term evaluation is typically communicates a judgment in which determines whether a developing opportunity will receive the resources to its next stage. So before deciding on anything, you need to ask yourself the following questions. So you need to choose, like for example, 5 top business opportunities. And then before you choose one, there is this screening and evaluation. So you need to ask yourself the following questions. Do I know how to do it? Okay? Yeah, considering you have this related experience. Does this business idea match my personal goals? Do you have the right skills and knowledge? And then will your strength support this business idea? And then are you willing, of course, to work hard to realize this business, your passion? It is very important that when you choose your business opportunity, please choose always the one that is nearest to your heart. Because it is very important, of course, that this business idea I want to pursue is the one that I really love. Because talking about self-fulfillment in business will result to success. So I would like to end my presentation with this quote. This is Mary Kay Ash. So there are three types of people in this world. Those who make things happen, those who watch things happen, and then those who wonder what happened. Okay, so we all have a choice, so you can decide which type of person you want to be. Mary Kay Ash chooses, of course, to be in the first person. So what is the first group, rather? It is the person who make things happen. So that ends my presentation. Thank you very much for actively listening. Your participation contributes to a more entrepreneurial venture. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks to our speakers that shared inspiring topics with us in the first session. I believe that everyone must be a little bit hungry when you were concentrating on the listening. So I'm glad to announce that it is tea break time. The second session will start at 3:20. We have prepared delicious afternoon tea and cookies for the refreshment. And please enjoy. Our staff member at the door will be glad to offer assistance if needed. Please come back to the conference room at 3:10. Thank you.
Does it matter to study in Taiwan? And why in UK? NUK, National University of Kaohsiung, is located in the southern of Taiwan. Kaohsiung was established in 2000, the newest national university in Taiwan. The features of NUK such as be a promoter of the government's industrial development policy, be an excellent academia, keep pace with international institutions with the innovation education, young academics, professional consulting, efficient administration, and elite cultivation, extending research capacity, strengthening the industrial academia collaboration. More importantly, NUK has a vision for students from study to employment. There are 5 colleges at NUK: College of Management, College of Engineering, College of Science, College of Humanities and Social Sciences, and College of Law. NUK covers every field that you can imagine. You can focus on your study around the eco-friendly campus at NUK. Especially, the industrial linkage between NUK and high-tech regions are popular. We take advantages of our geographical location next to Kaohsiung Nanzi Technology Industrial Park, just 10 minutes of driving. and well-connected relationship between these high-tech regions and NUK. Thus, you can apply for internship or full-time job opportunities in the future. In addition, NUK always keep close interaction with Southeast Asia counterparts, such as launching Vietnam Summer School Program, Indonesia Summer School Program, then Philippine Learning Commerce at NUK. Every participant gives NUK a like. What are you waiting for?
Welcome on board.
NUK, National University of Kaohsiung, is located in the southern of Taiwan, Kaohsiung. NUK was established in 2000, the newest national university in Taiwan. Distinctive facilities at NUK such as the ecological pool, eco-friendly glassland, library and information building, sports and leisure multifunctional building, and of course many academic buildings belonging to 5 schools in campus. Therefore, it is a fine place to train capabilities for a university student. NUK has a big campus with 82.5 hectares, equivalent to 100 football fields, which was built on the wetland and envisioned to be a green and innovative campus committing to a sustainable development. NUK is a campus without walls, using bicycles to make students and teachers travel among different buildings more easily. It's good for the health and earth. Of course, if you want to go to the downtown or around the city of Kaohsiung, there are several options, such as many bus stations around the campus, taking bus to KRT, or taking KRT to connect Taiwan High-Speed Railway. NUK provides low-price but high-quality student accommodation, or you can rent a place nearby NUK. Our catering teams provide a range of options, such as bookstore and photocopy shop, are located in the library and information center. In addition, to ease students' financial burden, we have signed contracts with neighboring shops to offer students special discounts. Life is easy at NUK. Taiwanese food is famous and popular. Except the school restaurant, you can find other delicious meals such as bubble tea, mice pork rice, beef noodles, and shed ice around NUK community. Can't wait to see you at NUK. Welcome to join us. Does it matter to study in Taiwan? And why NUK? NUK, National University of Kaohsiung, is located in the southern of Taiwan. Kaohsiung was established in 2000, the newest national university in Taiwan. The features of NUK such as be a promoter of the government's industrial development policy, be an excellent academia, keep pace with international institutions with the innovation education, young academics, professional consulting, efficient administration, and elite cultivation, extending research capacity, strengthening the industrial academia collaboration. More importantly, NUK has a vision for students from study to employment. There are 5 colleges at NUK: College of Management, College of Engineering, College of Science, College of Humanities and Social Sciences, and College of Law. NUK covers every field that you can imagine. You can focus on your study around the eco-friendly campus at NUK. Especially, the industrial linkage between NUK and high-tech regions are popular. We take advantages of our geographical location next to Kaohsiung Nanzi Technology Industrial Park, just 10 minutes of driving, and well-connected relationship between these high-tech regions and NUK. Thus, you can apply for internship or full-time job opportunities in the future. In addition, NUK always keep close interaction with Southeast Asia counterparts, such as launching Vietnam Summer School Program, Indonesia Summer School Program, then Philippine Learning Commerce at NUK. Every participant gives NUK a like. What are you waiting for?
Welcome on board.
NUK, National University of Kaohsiung, is located in the southern of Taiwan, Kaohsiung. NUK was established in 2000, the newest national university in Taiwan. Distinctive facilities at NUK such as the ecological pool, eco-friendly glassland, library and information building, sports and leisure multifunctional building, and of course many academic buildings belonging to 5 schools in campus. Therefore, it is a fine place to train capabilities for a university student. NUK has a big campus with 82.5 hectares, equivalent to 100 football fields, which was built on the wetland and envisioned to be a green and innovative campus committing to a sustainable development. NUK is a campus without walls, using bicycles to make students and teachers travel among different buildings more easily. It's good for the health and earth. Of course, if you want to go to the downtown or around the city of Kaohsiung, there are several options, such as many bus stations around the campus, taking bus to KRT, or taking KRT to connect Taiwan High-Speed Railway. NUK provides low-price but high-quality student accommodation, or you can rent a place nearby NUK. Our catering teams provide a range of options, such as bookstore and photocopy shop, are located in the library and information center. In addition, to ease students' financial burden, we have signed contracts with neighboring shops to offer students special discounts. Life is easy at NUK. Taiwanese food is famous and popular. Except the school restaurant, you can find other delicious meals such as bubble tea, mice pork rice, beef noodles, and chef ice around NUK community. Can't wait to see you at NUK. Welcome to join us.
Ladies and gentlemen, our second session will start in 5 minutes. Please finish your food and use the restroom before going back to the conference room if needed. Thank you. Our conference will start at 3 o'clock. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope the tea break tastes good to you and you are ready to listen to our afternoon schedule. Our second session is going to begin, and the first speaker, now let's have the first speaker from the Beacon University, Professor Evangeline D. Onlado, Coordinator for International Communications and Marketing from the Beacon University, to share the speech with the topic, Developing Microenterprises.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are we still alive and kicking? And are we refreshed now that we just had our lunch this snack? Okay, so can I see hands at the back there? Hi. Hi. How about our students there at the back? Hello. Hi. Okay. So I'm Professor Evangeline Honrado, and I will be talking about the Philippine microenterprises. So when we speak of microenterprise, or from the word itself, micro, what comes into our mind? Anybody from our students back there? What comes into our mind when we think and when we hear the word micro? Micro, yes? It's like tiny. It's even smaller than a small, right? So it's the tiniest element, okay? So what we are going to talk about, or what I'm going to discuss with you this afternoon, is the smallest unit, or a business smallest unit in a community, okay? So if we now are going to, I'll give you first a background of the small medium enterprise, because it is always associated with the medium enterprises in our country. Okay, so I have highlighted there micro, and then we have there the small and medium enterprises, or for acronym or for brevity purposes, we call it the MSME. Now, for you to be able to understand very well what a micro business in the Philippine setting or in the Philippines is, I would like you to think of a small business or a micro business in your country or in Kaohsiung right now. I have a very good example, and it's one favorite refreshment that I can get from Taiwan particularly. Can you think of a product that is being sold on a micro level or in a small level of a business? Anybody? Let's have another hand from our students. My favorite from Taiwan. It starts from letter M. And also Madam Sheila's favorite. Milk tea, yes. Okay, so this is now to give you an idea that micro businesses in the Philippines are also likened to micro businesses in Taiwan, like that of those being sold in the streets, like that of milk teas. Okay, so can you now relate? Yes, okay. So we have a lot of micro enterprises in our country, and these are being sold somehow, or these are prevalent in the smallest department in our community or administrative department, which is the barangay. In Tagalog or Filipino, we call it barangay. Or in your language or in English, we call it the village. Okay, so we all came from villages. So micro enterprises now are prevalent in villages or in barangays in our country. Okay? So these businesses can be tangible or can be intangible businesses, meaning it cannot be touched, it cannot be cannot be physically touched, but you can just have it in a form of a service business, whether it is owned by a single person or a cooperative wherein, some marginalized people in a community own in common a particular business. And then partnership or a corporation or a big level, but still identifying it as in a micro business. Okay? So most of these micro businesses get their funding from loans. Okay? We are all aware of banks and other financial institutions. So most of these micro enterprises get their fundings from banks. And then, of course, to give you an idea what a micro business in the Philippines is, when we say by employees, a micro enterprise only have below 10 employees. Okay, so we can categorize that as a micro business. But if it already reaches above 10, up to 99, then it can already be small, or 11 to 99. And then medium, we can have 100 to 199, and large, 200 above. That is in terms of employees. So if businesses have those employees, then you can already categorize and identify whether it's a micro business, whether it's a small business, medium, or a large business. But I am not to focus on all the other categories, but I'm only here to focus on the micro level or business because most of my colleagues and my other colleagues will be talking about all the other categories this afternoon and until tomorrow. Okay? Now, if you are now going to categorize a business by its asset, including all the loans acquired from banks and financing institutions, excluding, of course, the lot location, then we have the micro level below 3 million. So who have here 3 million or 6 million NTD? Okay, we have here Sir Dimson, okay? He's a micro entrepreneur. Okay? So, of course, we have also the barangay. As I've said, the barangay is a village. Okay? So the village is also being governed by policies and laws. And so because of that, we are going into the tiniest, smallest level in our community and as well as supporting all the micro entrepreneurs and micro establishments. So they also provide business capital or assets that does not exceed 3 million. And for you to be legible, for you to be given the support of the government or be protected by this law supporting the mandate, the guaranteed registration approval within 15 working days, you have to go through all those processes from A to D. Okay? So we have here, close in parentheses, the sulong. That is our Filipino term for, in English, go forward. Okay, so that's the name of that program, Sulong, Go Forward, because we really empower the micro enterprises. Okay, so focusing now on micro enterprise. So I've just given you a background of small, micro is small and medium. But what is really micro enterprise? As you can read on, it is, of course, focused on micro business. Again, smaller than small business. And it operates, of course, less than with 10 people. And the capitalization that I have just mentioned a while ago. And they have the intention to support and to strengthen the products that they can somehow utilize or share or produce for also the benefit of the people in that particular community or village, okay? I was about to say barangay, but it's village for you to easily understand. So we have to understand microenterprise so you can read on what are the benefits that microenterprises give to the community. And you know, after you graduate, after graduation, you might as well also think of having a small business, even, you know, just an online business, or just having or dwelling or making use of your raw materials from Kaohsiung, okay? Or having your milk tea business in your neighborhood. That's already an example of a micro. You're smiling. You also want to have the micro business like a milk tea? Yes? Okay. So we have, of course, the improvement of the income of the people. We all know that. Those are the benefits when we engage into business. And eventually, on a bigger scale, it eventually boosts or amplify the economy of the region and of our country. Of course, so you can also read on, and Dr. Dimson mentioned a while ago that his idol, his mentor somehow, he looks up to Muhammad Yunus. He developed the Grameen Bank in 1976, and also because I featured him here because he's also the father of microfinance. He was the one who started lending money to all those micro entrepreneurs. But because they don't have any money to start at all, right? So they need support from the government. And this very noble man here thought of helping all these micro entrepreneurs by lending and funding their startup business. So isn't that great? You also like that? Okay, let's look for a bank here that can lend you money. And then, of course, I have given there an example of a vendor that can operate somehow with just starting off with a cart. Okay, so with a milk tea, you can start off by just selling a 1 cup or how many cups a day of milk tea. That's already a start of a micro business. Okay, and well, they can afford to operate and provide income for themselves and their staff. They can also, or they can have ways on how they can grow their small business. So there's a saying, big things start from small things. So we start small, but having a very big thing in mind. When we plan things, always in the management perspective, when we plan, we always have to have end in mind. And when we are doing small or micro businesses such as this one, I'd like to amplify more what my colleague just mentioned a while ago, that when you are doing business, you should think outside the box. My perspective in micro business and more so in marketing is think that there is no more box. Meaning to say, your idea must be limitless, must be boundless. From Dr. Dimson, must be borderless. Okay? Because your creativity defines you. And if defines you, then you should somehow be a person that has limitless ideas already. With all the Google University that you have right now, with all the privileges that you have right now, make use of that. Explore that. Exploit that. That is for your advantage, especially the young bloods that you are right now. Of course, as you can see there, those are some examples that micro enterprises or businesses have. Okay, so those are people that you can see from our villages, right? So they can start their micro businesses in those levels. Okay, so the woman would also increase her income and help her community. So it was already mentioned that it is not just you are having a business just for profit, but for helping already the society and most importantly, the community by and at the same time taking care of the planet. And Dean Wu is an advocate really of taking care of the planet. Okay? Now, the government now has programs. So these are updates, and these are very recent updates. And some of my colleagues will be dwelling on this for tomorrow's lecture, but I'd like to give already a very brief update on some of the government programs for general assistance. What does our government do? Okay, so we have the Negosyo Center, meaning to say negosyo in Filipino and in English is business. So when you say negosyo in English, that is business. Okay? And we have the Go Negosyo Act. And what does it do? It, again, of course, supports the micro entrepreneurs, the MSMEs, and coordinates and facilitates registration of the businesses for faster registration of businesses. Because in the Philippines, you cannot operate a business without first complying all the legal requirements. I'm pretty sure that's also true in your country. And they have the Barangay Micro Business Enterprise. So that's another program of our government. Barangay or village. And then we have the Go Local. In English, we have to patronize our local products. Do you do that also here? Yes, we should. Because we should also not just empower people, but also empower all our raw materials and all the products that we can see around and make use of all the raw materials in order for us to do business, even small or big business out of the raw materials that we have. So we go local, patronize our own. And the shared services facilities program that you can be able to make use of some of the facilities of the government for support also, for them to boost their products that they are producing. And all of those other things that we have also, the fund for change and improvement. Okay, I'll translate that in English. Okay, and we also have Kapatid Mentor Me. What is kapatid? In English, it's sibling. okay, or brothers or sisters. So it is sibling, you mentor me, or you teach me how to do it. Okay? You know the song? Teach me how you do it. It's like that. Okay. And we have the small and medium enterprise, of course. And of course, we have the disaster resiliency. And this will be tackled very well by one of my colleagues. We're in the micro enterprises, how the micro enterprises can be able to sustain or stand up again after a disaster that had hit the area, the locality, or our country. Okay? So, salamat po. In English, thank you. And thank you for the opportunity of being with you.
Thank you, Dr. Professor Evangeline D. Honrado. Okay. Next, let's have Dr. Norton G. Balaro, the Entrepreneurship Department Chairperson from the Bicol University, the Philippines, to share the speech with the topic of cooperative management in the Philippines.
Salamat, and that is Shishi. Ning hao. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My topic will be a rejoinder to the previous speakers' discussions. No? It's about, although I will be discussing about cooperative management, I will give you a background on how cooperative in the Philippines is being formed or being tackled now by the Filipinos. We're learning a lot from Taiwan, from Vietnam, and other Asian countries in running our cooperatives in the Philippines. In fact, just 15 days ago, I'm in Vietnam, and I'm very thankful to our counterpart in Vietnam Cooperative Federation. And thank you, there is Come On. And there we learned about how we can deal with the least sector that has been affected in among the cooperatives when it comes to typhoons, when it comes to disasters, and these are the farmers. Yet, in Vietnam, the rich people are farmers. Saw it in Israel, saw it in, I think, in US and New Zealand. But why? What happened in the Philippines? And allow me to discuss the context about it. Okay. So I am, again, as introduced, Dr. Nolan Bilaro. And I will be discussing about the cooperative situation in the Philippines. We shared the same vision with the cooperative in definitions in the whole world. It is in Asia, we have the same adoption of the meaning, which is an autonomous associations of persons united voluntarily to meet their common economic, social, and cultural needs and aspiration through joint-owned and democratically enterprise. When it comes to entrepreneurship, there are 4 forms of business organizations. One is a sole proprietorship, and this is a business enterprise formed by individual. Yet, the 3 others are what we call group entrepreneurship. These are partnership, corporations, and one of which is cooperative. We believe that if the Philippines would like to improve their economic conditions, Filipinos should go on cooperativism, on a group entrepreneurship. For farmers there are poor, but if we contribute our capital and form it in one business enterprise, then we can form a cooperative. And this collective investment, we can form and run a big company. And it is owned by a cooperative. That should be the direction that we would like to do in the Philippine setting. And we are being governed by our own laws and legislations. In fact, in 2008, we have this Republic Act 9520, which is the creation of the Philippine Cooperative Code, which defines, if you could look up, the same or adapted the ICA definition of cooperative, with a little addition on a fair shares of risk and benefit undertakings in accordance with the same principles of universally accepted cooperative principles. And this Republic Act 9520 is already repealed already the old Republic Act, which is the 6938. More so that Republic Act 9520 deepened from the Philippine Constitution of 1987 that is stressing on the cooperative, which to become the policy instrument of the Philippine government in promoting social justice and economic development. And this social justice and economic development is one of the reasons for us to become sustainable. And that is incorporated in the Sustainable Development Goal of the United Nations. And thus, we are, in terms of policy, we are there, we are in place. But what made it very challenging for, if we could look into the statistic, is still the farmers are the poor, but they are into business enterprise, because when we have the policy, we encourage more farmers, more micro-entrepreneurs to join together and form a cooperative. We have different types of cooperative there. We have the, in the last speaker discussed about microfinance. And the microfinance, we have there the credit cooperatives that would made use of the microfinance policies and come up with financing these small entrepreneurs. But in line with agriculture, the farmers still cannot go beyond the poverty. The trend now is these microfinance institutions, these microfinance or credit cooperatives are little by little shifting to adapt or to become an agricultural cooperative. That the bulk of the financial inclusions should be now on agriculture, helping farmers on how they could avail of the services as well as improve their livelihoods. Having the same principles, there is an agency that has been tasked to monitor and regulate the the affairs of every cooperative in the Philippines. Similarly, we have also the micro cooperatives, the small cooperatives, the medium cooperatives, and the large cooperative. The same, the delineation is on the investment portfolio of each cooperative. And according to statistics, as of December 2021, the total registered cooperatives in the Philippines are 20,467 with 11,795 individuals. And this generated 345,596 jobs covering 16 regions in the country, generating a total aggregated asset of 616 billion with a surplus contribution of 16 billion. And in our place where Bicol University situation, our region is Region 5. We call them the Bicol region. Our registered cooperative is 1,022, and the individuals benefited from this is 333,951, and employment generation coming from this cooperative is only 6,131. While the total contribution of the cooperative in the Philippines is 12 billion, the total accumulated asset is 12 billion, the net surplus is only 0.2 billion. And this statistic would show that the participations of cooperative is very small in terms of GDP in the Philippines. But in other countries, when we benchmark, the cooperative participation is much higher, even in Taiwan. And we are learning from the experience of Taiwan. So looking at this, what are the problems? No? These are the challenges. The bulk of the registered cooperatives are micro cooperatives, agricultural cooperatives. And most of them are farmers who do not even take college education. And they lack the technical skills on how to run their cooperative, but they are formed and they lack good managers to manage the fund that gathered from the members. And because of these skills, lack of skills of the officers, members on the essential business, impacting their ability to manage and sustain the cooperative over long period of time is not sustainable. So this is one which we identified needs to have a solutions. No? In fact, to just give a simple example, I co-founded two cooperatives. One is credit cooperatives, and another one is a farmers cooperative. It's so different when we talk about training, when the people who you will be trained are not yet ready in terms of their capacity to adapt and their capacity to deal with what you are talking about when we discuss about the Canva, when we discuss about the Lean, and even much more about accounting and finances. No? So it's difficult. But when we talk it over to micro entrepreneurs, to entrepreneurs who are in existing business. It is easier to share, and they can easily. No? The difference is that cooperative we formed that is started on a micro level are the graduates of the entrepreneurship program in our university. So they are all educated. They are finished 4-year degree. So running our cooperative with them is easy than with those who were not lacking business skills. So that's the scenario. Then the second point is management and governance. Our government is have a very strong policy on training of farmers. In fact, the Department of Agriculture conducted many trainings to the farmers. And the Cooperative Development Authority sponsored free trainings to the farmers. After the training, they'll go back to their villages. And then what happened? There's a hard of coping and practicing what they got. In other words, when they are with them to talk about what they can do, to talk about how they will think creatively, it's so hard for them. No? So there's something that we should do, that we should open their critical thinking skills, that us in the universities could be participating, could participate. No? The third one is they have limited access to capital, because banks, if they cannot make a very good business plan, if they do not know how to present it properly to the bankers, then the financial institution will not grant their loan. And we can expect that, and we respect their decisions. Why? Because, as we said, we cannot give loans to those we know that they cannot repay it. And so that there's a need for them to be taken care. Somebody who will take care of them. And that's the role of the university. So I can go more examples, but since there's a limited time, no? Because I've been with 26 years from Bamay of this Entrepreneurs Alumni Development Cooperative, from its creation until now, and from micro enterprise into a large enterprise. With 8 years with the Kamote Creations farmers, and it's even the Entrepreneurs Alumni did not receive any grant from the government, financial grant from the government. Still, they become self-sufficient, and they able to become a large cooperative catering to 3,000 micro entrepreneurs. And not just micro, because they entered into micro in the cooperative as member. Now they become small, and they are also medium, and even the cooperative can grant them millions, hundreds, millions of amount of peso on their. But on the side of the farmers cooperative, even the government is so supportive to them, and they give them infrastructure like buildings, capital. No? When they are managing a 100,000 amount of capitalization, they are good. When the government granted them 4 million, 5 million, the operations becomes slowly and it becomes weak in terms of financial indicators. And there's really a need for other intervention other than this capital. And one more that we observe is the market access. Better with our experience when we benchmark with Vietnam, they are market driven, they are demand driven. They will be asking the farmers to produce this crop or these products, but they have already, the cooperative already identified where to market their products. In the Philippines practice today, it's the opposite. They allow the farmers plant, and then no cooperative to take care of their produce, no market, and that's where that's unsustainable, and that's what we can address in the university. Then, of course, the climate change. As Dr. Dimson have shown, no? You could see how the devastation we went into. But this must not stop there. We must do something. The 6 are social issues, internal conflicts, disputes among members and leadership, and probably because of some personal or the culture or the personal belief, which should be given attention and have the win-to-win solutions about them. So summing up, cooperative management in the Philippines involve a multifaceted approach that combines legal compliance, democratic governance, financial management, capacity building, and commitment to social impact. It's a learning. This travel is a learning for us that we, the practitioners, should play a pivotal role in guiding our cooperatives there towards success, contributing to community development, and fostering a more inclusive and equitable economy. And that's in adherence to the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. What we shall do. Okay, in terms of lack of business skills, wait. Oh, okay, that's one. Sorry. In terms of lack of business scale, our suggestion when we go back to the Philippines is implement a skill development program to equip cooperative members with essential business skills, and including marketing, negotiation, financial management. With my colleagues, I think in the lessons we learned with other cooperatives and with other partners in universities, when we go back there, this is what we should be focused on. Second, addressing management and issues on governance for us to conduct training programs on cooperative management, leadership, and governance to enhance the skills of cooperative leaders and members, and to hire professional or to do more trainings and probably offer formal educations on cooperatives or cooperative management, along limited access to capital, financial literacy program must be done, and government and NGO support should be solicited. Advocate to increase financial support from government agencies NGOs, including grants, loan, interest, and subsidiaries. And to address the market access and competition, we should go with what other nations is doing, market-driven. No? Today, it is not yet done. But those who did it, because some of the large cooperatives are doing this, then they become successful in their cooperative undertakings. But on the micro cooperatives, it's not yet done. And we go on value processing. We process the products, the produce of our farmers into value-added products, like turning their vegetables into a processed dehydrated vegetable for snacks. And this will include the culture on how they should appreciate the value of healthy living. Sorry. Not moving. Sige, ma'am. Okay. And the next one is along climate change and environment challenges, then we could do an adaptation strategies, develop and implement climate change adaptation strategies, such as introducing resilient crops and sustainable farming practices. And another one is disaster preparedness, enhancing disaster preparedness and recovery plans to minimize the impact of natural disasters. Okay. Lastly, along social issues and internal conflict resolutions, establish effective conflict resolutions mechanism within cooperative to address internal dispute and leadership training. In summary, cooperative management in the Philippines is still a crucial aspect of the country's economic landscape. Cooperative plays a significant role in empowering communities, like we benchmark here in Taiwan, in Japan, in Vietnam. But in our case, in the rural areas, we are not yet in that. But there's a need fostering self-reliance, sustainable development, and economic growth. Those I'd mentioned here because this is a call. The solutions, we cannot do it alone. But with the collaborations of other universities, which we probably lack, and you are the answers. We are here and we are open for collaborations. This is what we need, that our emphasis should be on a combination of capacity building, education, advocacy campaign, strategic partnership to address the challenges faced by cooperatives in the Philippines. We could do collaborations among cooperative members, government entities, NGOs, and other stakeholders like the academic communities in the Philippines, in our partners abroad. This is crucial to our success. Your help is our strength. And if we cannot do it alone, help us in the Philippines. This I will end. Thank you and mabuhay. because at the end, if we able to strengthen the cooperatives in the Philippines, we can address eradication of poverty and hunger, as Sir Dimson showed it to you. Then we can have a quality education, we can have decent work and economic growth, reduce inequalities, responsive, responsive consumption and production, take urgent action to combat climate change, peace, justice, and a strong institution, and gender development. There are 8 in the 17 United Nations Sustainable Goal that we can address. No? Thank you and mabuhay.
Next. Okay, next. Let's have Dr. Julie Ann M. Dustin, the research coordinator from the Bicol University, to share the speech with the topic of financial inclusions in the Philippines.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Are you still feeling delightful this afternoon? I hope that you still do. So I'll be discussing my topic pertaining to the financial inclusion in the Philippines. So I am Ms. Julie Ann M. Lustan, and I'm the college coordinator for research for College of Business Economics and Management. So we're very happy to see you here this afternoon. So my topic this afternoon is focused on these 3 main agenda. First one is a discussion about financial inclusion on what it's all about, and followed by the financial inclusion benefits, or what can we achieve through financial inclusion. And of course, the last one will be focused on the situation about the financial inclusion in the Philippines. So according to Inoue in 2019, when we talk about financial inclusion, it actually talks about the process on how we'll be able to have an open, available, and accessible basic formal financial services, not only for just few, but for everyone. So meaning, if you have actually these services that's being acquired by you right now, like for example, you're using e-payments, electronic payments, we have the use of savings or financial accounts in banks and other financial institutions. You have insurances. Congratulations, because you are financially included. But much more than having this access, the primary goal of financial inclusion is actually to attempt to include not only those who can, but those who are disadvantaged members by the society. So when we talk about this disadvantaged members of the society, these are actually kind of, we were hearing this already about the poor and disadvantaged people. So primarily, these are looking into those people with have limited ability to participate in activities, not only in society, but also in the economy. So in the Global Financial Index in the 2017 World Bank survey, it actually provided us the highlights that there is already an increase in terms of account ownership from its base point in 2014. So actually, it is 64%, but now it is already now 69% in the recent survey. So the adult population usually obtained primarily from the banks, and a while ago, it has been mentioned about the microfinance and other regular financial institutions. For high-income economies, the account ownership is actually 94%. But for the developing economies, it's only 63%. But it is actually an improvement in terms of the data that they have been collected, because in 2014, it is only 54%. Now, Raza et al. In 2019 actually said that the level of inclusiveness is actually dependent on the type of the country. So if the country is actually in terms of income is high, of course, the financial inclusion is universal, meaning that there is almost of the people actually have financial access. But for developing countries like the Philippines, it can be said that it's still striving, meaning it is a challenge for them to get actually access for the basic financial services in the financial system. So in the initiatives to increase the level of financial inclusion, it is very important to have the digitalization. So the increase in terms, for example, of account ownership, they emphasize the use of digitalization or the financial technology. So they actually emphasize on the use of the mobile banking. So if you can see most of transactions right now, you can do it in your phone. Pay your bills, buy a load. You can also fund transfer, buy insurances, have some investments in stocks. That can now be, you can do that by utilizing your phones. So this has been instrumental, actually considered to be advancing the financial inclusion in the past years. However, it is emphasized by the World Bank that the goal of financial inclusion is not only having the financial access, but actually to stimulate the utilization in able to increase the activities in the economy. That's why a while ago, if you can hear about citing the importance of providing capital to micro-enterprises and also channeling the funds through cooperatives, this is actually pertaining to allowing the funds to be utilized and be able to come up with other activities that would help the economy. The ASEAN, wherein the Philippines is a member, along with the other 9 member countries, their primary goal is actually to promote economic, cultural, and social development. So they have been already providing different policies in able to provide inclusive growth. So according to the United Nations Capital Development Fund in 2013, they actually provided more initiatives in able to provide economic convergence in the region in 2007. So they primarily focus actually on the labor market, goods and services, and of course, the capital market. So the region's GDP growth, comprising of the 10 member countries, is still positive. But the ASEAN further wants to strengthen their organizational initiatives by establishing the ASEAN Economic Community in 2017, in which they looked for strengthening the entrepreneurial activity, partnerships, and lessen the development gap. So when we talk about development gap, this is the difference between the rich and the poor countries in terms of development. So they want to have the growth needs for everyone be included in the economic and social activities. So because of that, they are actually gearing towards the financial inclusion. So financial inclusion have already provided some easing of policies, providing basic financial of services in the ASEAN. So these reforms basically want to strengthen the initiatives to promote more entrepreneurial activities and availment of social services such as health and education. So what are the benefits of financial inclusion? So making it a priority to strengthen the capacity of financial institutions is the first one is the strengthening the supply side, in which it is an advancement and widening of financial services for everyone. So the benefits of financial inclusion based on the studies were also mentioned to include stronger growth and lessening inequality and, of course, poverty. Now, the macroeconomic indicators for financial inclusion, transmission effect to formal financial institutions such as commercial banks, where also common setup are being investigated. So, for example, the study of Shihade and Liu and Chauvet Hacolin and Owen and Pereira investigated that financial inclusion effect to bank performance across countries, so uses financial indicators such as the number of deposit accounts, use of credit cards. So they have found out that financial inclusion to respective firm performance were also one way on able to deepening the investigations for financial inclusion. So in the past years, they also received a lot of interest from scholars So they can see that the relationship between financial inclusion, economic growth, or poverty. So the studies also provided that it does not only promote economic activity, which is consumption investment, but also stimulation of social reforms. So particularly those underprivileged members of sectors of the society, they can now have access to education and health services. So countries with low level of financial inclusion are considered to be more problematic than those countries with high level of financial inclusion. Why? Because countries with high level of financial inclusion, the members of the society will be able to obtain credit, acquire savings for investment, and of course, meeting the health emergencies, therefore reducing the poverty. So financial inclusion has been also one of the identified factors in driving the economic growth. So there is a positive link between financial inclusion and economic growth, and also Bahar and Sulong have emphasized about the importance of policymakers to put emphasis in financial inclusion to promote economic growth of developing countries. So the initial discussions of LAL in 2017, it is also emphasized that the importance of financial inclusion is to have a prerequisite to achieve individual and cohesive growth. When we talk about cohesive growth, being together, not only one person is able to elevate the status of living, but also all of the members of the society. So the accessibility and availing of financial services aids poor actually to help themselves out of poverty by investing in their human capital and entrepreneurial activities. So therefore, it will reduce poverty and lessen income inequality in the community. So it has been said that financial inclusion plays an important aspect of international programs in economic and social growth. So in the ASEAN, mobilizations of financial institutions to increase transmission effect to those who are financially excluded. So the institutions also take into account the efforts from formal and semi-formal financial institutions. So now we're not only focused on commercial banks, but also on other financial institutions that actually serve the members of the society. So as channels of the strategies implemented in financial inclusions, these institutions has a responsibility to reach out to the population where financial exclusion is mostly present. So primarily, these are the cooperatives, which was discussed by Professor Bilaro, and emphasizing its role primarily to promote financial inclusion. Now, in the Philippine context of financial inclusion, the level of financial inclusion is actually being encouraged to be increased in congruent with the ASEAN aspiration. So based on the 2017 World Bank survey, the BSP released also the report of having 22.6% of Filipino adults who has formal financial account. But they emphasize that it is not just having an account, but they also have to have access to loans, investment services, remittance, and payment facilities, and insurance, among others. So in 2018, the BSP report also put emphasis on the digital financial inclusion. But during that time, they still see that the digital financial inclusion is considered to be too fragmented or not yet collective in terms of nature. It's broken. Okay. So meaning that their efforts in terms of traditional means for reaching out is not anymore suitable. So they have provided the pillars for ecosystem for financial inclusion, which is composed of efficient retail payment system, expansive network of low-cost touchpoints, and democratized access of a transaction account. So in 2010, so their report is actually focused on microfinance as one of the initiatives for financial inclusion. So they have three main approaches, which is the first one is the enabling policy and regulatory environment and increasing capacity, and of course, advocating for development of a sound and suitable and truly inclusive financial system. So during that time, there are only 202 banks with microfinance operations, 932,622 clients currently being served during that time, and around 6.5 billion outstanding loan portfolio, and 3.1 billion savings component, and 20 electronic money issuer banks, and 3 electronic money issuer others, and 220 billion cash in and cash out transactions. They are also expanding the other products and services. So one of the initiatives is actually having more customized and more advanced in terms of financial products and services, like the housing with a maximum loan amount for home improvement, and micro-agricultural loans, flexibility in financial payments that is suitable in terms of the planting and harvest time of the farmers. And we have the micro-insurance products, micro-deposits for savings account, and microfinance institution rating agencies, and micro-banking office and other banking offices. We have electronic money service providers, collaboration with government and private stakeholders to further develop the microfinance industries, and of course, work-related implementation of new laws and participation proposed legislations. Now in 2011, the training and capacity building is also being done within the BSP or the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas and within the banking sector. And of course, they are promoting and advocating for sustainable microfinance and financial inclusion in the country. So in 2011, in the report, the number of banks and outstanding loans and number of borrowers have improved, including the savings component. For 2012, they have already provided a report in terms of financial inclusion, which have 3 main focus: the access, the usage, and the microfinance. So here are some of the access indicators from the report. So we have average number of banking office per city and municipality, the regional distribution. We have also number of banks per 10,000 adults, number of ATMs per adult, and of course, number of banks and number of ATMs. Now, in terms of usage, they have also provided the following: the regional distribution of bank deposit in terms of number of accounts and amount. And of course, we have the sizing of bank deposits, so from 15,000 to over 2 million pesos in terms of size bank deposits. And they have also provided some deposits in non-banks, such as non-stock savings and loans associations. So deposits of microfinance clients and with banks with microfinance operations are also provided. And regional distribution of bank loans in terms of amount. And regional microfinance loans and banks. And regional distribution of microfinance loans classified as to different purposes. So in the recent Global Financial Index, there are around 776 indicators. But it varies depending on the type of organization that actually facilitates the financial inclusion survey. So according to Dibuque, Gonzalez, and Corpus in 2021, from the December 21 discussion paper under the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, less than 15% of adults save money using formal account, and less than 10% actually use formal credit. And they also have found out that the greater the education, higher income, and being female, and being employed, and being older, up to a certain point, make financial inclusion, especially owning formal account, and using credit, more likely being used. And fintech, which is the use of mobile money, can be considered as the most promising among the forms of financial inclusion. The account ownership still considered to be a scant, meaning not adequate. And we can see that it is only limited to urbanized areas. And of course, the unfortunate part is that less educated, low-income households, they are being financially excluded involuntarily. So they do not want to be excluded, but involuntarily, they are being excluded actually from the financial system. So the challenges in terms of financial inclusion in the Philippines, according to CALMA in 2023, are following. First is the lack of infrastructure in far-flung regions. So a while ago, they have emphasized that the financial inclusion is primarily limited to urbanized areas. So therefore, the lack of infrastructure actually in the far-flung areas is actually one of the concerns because of the connection or connectivity in terms of the internet. And of course, the statutory balance requirements misconception, or they can see the disadvantage about having the maintaining balance in terms of having formal accounts. And of course, the low savings rate or the interest in terms of savings in terms of financial transactions with commercial banks. So some Filipinos are still actually have savings, but it's still actually in their homes because they see that it's very minimal in terms of the savings rate. And of course, the low technology fluency among older population. So although the older population might have the financial resources, but in terms of limitation on the use of the technology, it is one also of their hindrances. The fluency or the use of the financial services. Now, in the National Strategy for Financial Inclusion, so we have the priority initiatives. So the first one is actually promote inclusive digital finance, followed by strengthening the financial education and consumer protection, because right now there are a lot of scams, investment scams. And we have also here enhancing the access to risk protection and social safety nets, and of course, enhancing the agriculture and MSME financing ecosystem, which is very important as they consider to be the backbone of the economy of the Philippines. So, as you can see, there are a lot of improvements actually already in terms of financial inclusion in the Philippines. But still, there are a lot of things that needs to be done. So that ends my sharing for this afternoon and magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Sheshe.
Thank you, Dr. Julie N. M. Lustin. And here comes the last speaker for today's conference. Now let's have Professor Mary Ann L. Ensano, Extension Coordinator from the Bicol University, to share the speech with the topic of entrepreneurial mega trends in the Philippines.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Are you still with me? Okay, it's a challenge really if you are the last speaker because I know that you are bombarded already with several information, but I hope you still have the time, the energy to listen to my talk. But the topic is all about entrepreneurship in the Philippines. And it's good to know that we started with entrepreneurship in Taiwan and we ended with entrepreneurship in the Philippines. Okay. Sorry. Now, based on statistics, MSMEs in the Philippines comprise of 99.5% of total Philippine enterprises. And 90% of that are micro entrepreneurs. Okay? A very big number. And we can associate that number in the societal perception on entrepreneurship by Filipinos. In the 2015 Global Entrepreneurship Monitor Report, it says that the Philippines ranked first in terms of societal perception in entrepreneurship, particularly in entrepreneurship as a good career choice. We see entrepreneurship as a good option. If all else fail, we see entrepreneurship as the last resort, okay? Or the first option, rather, okay, in terms of income. And also, this is translated in terms of self-perception on entrepreneurship. The Filipinos see themselves as someone who have the capability to become entrepreneurs. We ranked first again in the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor in terms of perception on entrepreneurship, self-perception on entrepreneurship. Filipinos generally see themselves as entrepreneurial. They have the capability to become entrepreneurs, and they also believe that they have the opportunity in the country to engage in entrepreneurship. That's why we also ranked first in terms of entrepreneurial intention.
But the funny thing is here. It's funny that we ranked first in terms of entrepreneurial intentions, and we believe that we have the capability to engage in entrepreneurship. But like I've said, it's funny that 36.45% of Filipinos fear failure. The slide is not showing. But anyway, so I've said 36.45% of Filipinos fear failure. Nevertheless, that high perception of Filipinos that they can be an entrepreneur can also be seen in the faces of entrepreneurial activity in the Philippines. Among the countries here, as you can see in the slide, we ranked first in terms of nascent entrep rate and new business ownership. But again, as you can see here in the slide, we have a high rate of discontinuance rate, or the business continuance is 12.2% in the ASEAN. Why is that? What do you think are the factors? What are the challenges that these micro entrepreneurs experience? That's why they have 12.2 business continuance, or the most of the business that started do not continue with their business. According to the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor Report, here are some of the entrepreneurial challenges in the Philippines of our micro entrepreneurs. Of course, the government support and policies, as well as the government programs. Now, please take note that we have a lot of government programs. Some of my colleagues will discuss about the government support for entrepreneurs or for entrepreneurship. But what's the problem? What could be the challenge? It's actually on the implementation of these programs. Several LGUs have different interpretations of the programs. That's why the implementation is different from one province to another. So that's the problem, yes. And also, the taxes and bureaucracy. Entrepreneurs find it hard, really, to follow the procedures because, again, of the different implementation in terms of payment of taxes, getting the permits from different provinces or from different regions in the Philippines. And also, some of the micro-entrepreneurs have difficulty in accessing finances, or access to financing is quite difficult for them. We can associate this probably to the mindset to some of these micro-entrepreneurs because in the Philippines, in our country, some of our micro-entrepreneurs use this money for their own personal expenses. So, yes, some of our financial institutions find it hard to lend them money because the repayment rate is quite low. So, yes, that's one of the problems. And also in terms of infrastructure, this is also a challenge of the micro-entrepreneurs in the Philippines, especially in terms of internet connectivity. We have a slow but very expensive internet connectivity. Unlike here, it's very fast, and I'm really happy. Yes, it's really happy. But in the Philippines, it's low and very expensive. And our micro-entrepreneurs are not quite ready in terms of innovation and in terms of technological readiness. Most of our micro-entrepreneurs are not yet technology-driven, okay? So that's really a challenge to our micro-entrepreneurs. Now, if you want to do business in the Philippines, despite the challenges, we have to understand the culture or the characteristics, of course, of the Filipinos. Who among you here wants to go to the Philippines? Or have you been in the Philippines? Not yet, but I hope that you will visit our country soon. I hope that you will visit the country soon, but if you want to go to the Philippines or if you want to do business in the Philippines, number one is to understand the culture, the characteristics of the Filipinos, despite the language barrier. So here are some of the characteristics of a Filipino that fosters or hinders entrepreneurship. Now, Filipinos in general are good in human relation, and we have concern for others. We can easily relate with other people despite the differences in the culture or nationality. We can easily connect with other people, and we are strong-hearted people. As you can see in the previous slides, I've mentioned there that Filipinos have high regards or have a very strong perception about their capability. And indeed, we are strong-hearted people. That's why many of us have high entrepreneurial intentions to start their business. And Filipinos are also hardworking and very persistent. Because if you would recall from the presentation of Sir Dimson, most of us are from the poorest of the poor. That's why most of us also are hardworking and persistent because we have no choice. We have to persist. We have to persevere. And also we are flexible. We are adaptable and creative. Again, going back to the discussion of Sir Dimson, who would have thought that a water hyacinth can be converted into a fiber? We are creative, we are innovative, and we are flexible and adaptable. We also have that cooperative in spirit. We are cooperativism is very present in the Philippines. We help other people. If they need help, we usually or generally we provide help to those in need. And endurance. One of the most prominent characteristic of the Filipino is that endurance. Because again, as I've said, most of us comes from the poorest of the poor. And we have to endure despite the challenges. And aside from that, we are also achievement-oriented. Even those people from the poorest of the poor are achievement-oriented. That's why we have a lot of success stories or rags to riches stories of our Filipino entrepreneurs. So those are some of the Filipino characteristics that fosters entrepreneurship. Because I know that you know that in entrepreneurship it requires you to be hardworking. You have to be persevering, flexible, creative, and adaptable. So these characteristics of entrepreneurs, again, help us be more entrepreneurial. And of course, we also have this annoying attitude. So again, if you will go to the Philippines, you should be familiar with this. Probably you will experience some of this with some of our Filipino friends, if you will go to the Philippines. We have this habit for pleasure and leisure. And probably, in my opinion, this is one of the reasons why some of our micro-entrepreneurs do not scale up to the next level. Because some of our micro-entrepreneurs, when they get money or when they earn money from their businesses, they tend to spend all of that money in one day. That's why we call them one-day millionaire. That's the problem. We have that habit for pleasure and leisure, meaning instant gratification. We don't want to delay things. We want to enjoy our hard-earned money immediately. So that is something that can hinder entrepreneurship because, again, after everything that you have worked for, the money is gone in just a snap. And then also, we have what we call Ningas Kugon. Ningas Kugon is being good at first, yes, doing your best at first, but you do not finish anything. Okay? You give your best during the first or the start of the business, but then you stop. That's really a problem. That's why some of the entrepreneurs, micro entrepreneurs especially, they have big dreams for their business. But when they experience failures or difficulties, they stop. Okay? They don't finish any project. They just start the business and then stop. That is Ninga's Kugon. And we also have this attitude of counting chicks before they are hatched. So what do we mean by this? What do you think is the meaning of this? You counted the chicks before they were even hatched. You plan ahead. You consider that this business venture will give you money, but then after 3 months, nothing happened. But you spend all the money already. That's counting chicks before they are even hatched. Or, for a more clear example, employees today, since Christmas is fast approaching, these employees will receive their 13th month pay or Christmas bonuses. They are expecting that already, the bonuses or the 13th month pay. But even without the bonuses or the 13th month pay credited to their account, they bought appliances, they bought this and that already, even if that money was not yet credited to their account. What if, just what if, that bonus was delayed? What happens to you now? And if, when you bought that appliances on loan, then you will have to pay the interest. So that's a problem again. So that is counting chicks before they are hatched. Another annoying attitude that we have is mañana habit. What is mañana habit? Can I ask you, who among you here, from our students from the back, when your parents ask you, can you do this for me? Yes, we usually answer them, wait for 10 minutes or later. Can I do it tomorrow? Yeah, okay. So someone can relate to that. That is mañana habit. We procrastinate. Yes, we love to procrastinate. I am guilty of procrastinating. Of course. Okay. But for entrepreneurs, it's important to remember what you can do today, you do it today. Do not wait for tomorrow to come. You're not even sure if tomorrow will come. So do it today, okay? But that is mañana habit. We delay things. We let other people wait for us, okay? So that is mañana habit. And next is bahala na. We also have this attitude, bahala na, or come what may. Que sera, yes. Filipinos, being strong-hearted, have that strong belief that when you do something, just do it. Regardless of what happened or regardless of the result, it's okay. Come what may. That is bahala na. Now, entrepreneurship is taking risk, right? Correct? Yes. So entrepreneurship requires you to take risk. But remember, bahala na, or the belief that everything will go according to plan, or just go with it without planning anything, it's also not good for entrepreneurship. Because in entrepreneurship, you have to have a plan. Even if you have the best business idea, even if you are hardworking, or you are strong-hearted, you still need to have a plan. So this bahala na attitude, or come what may attitude, at some point, this is beneficial because you can start a business by being strong-hearted, but eventually it will not lead you anywhere because you have to have a plan for the business. And we also have that attitude of crab mentality. Crab mentality meaning we pull others down if we see them successful. Sometimes we are envious of other people's success. Yes. So when we see them successful or when they see their business getting traction, we pull them down. That is crab mentality. And that is not good in business, really. Competition is, yes, competition is present in business, but the word now or the key now is collaboration, not competition. Because you are expanding your network, your market by collaborating with other entrepreneurs. Lastly, we are known for this. Yes, the Filipino time. Where this is, well, yeah. Filipino time is, as I've said, we're known for this. We are late. Sometimes we are late. When we set the time for a meeting or a meetup, we're late sometimes. But please take note that this is not in general. Some Filipinos do this, but not everyone. But this is not good in business. Why? We cannot wait for we cannot let our customers wait for us. And our customers will not wait for us. They will look for other entrepreneurs or suppliers that can cater to their needs. So this is not something that we can continue to practice or something that can be proud of, yes. But this is the reality, my friends. We have these attitudes. So if you want to go to the Philippines, again, as I've said, you also have to understand the culture and the characteristic of the entrepreneur. Now, if you want to do business in the Philippines, you have to remember that a business relationship in the Philippines is all about developing personal ties. It's important that we build trust and relationship with your potential customers. In the Philippines, we see our customers as part of our family because that customers will be the one to promote your business, will help you grow your business. That's why, again, it's important that you build trust and relationship with your potential customers. I know it's hard, really, especially in building relationship. And if one of you wants to venture in entrepreneurship in the Philippines, it will be quite hard because of the differences in culture, of course. But remember, my friends, that entrepreneurship in general is challenging. Yes? It's quite challenging. But again, we have to work hard. We have to persevere. But if all else fail after doing everything, after working hard, just remember this statement from Henry Ford. When everything seems to be going against you, remember that the airplane takes off against the wind, not with it. That ends my discussion. Thank you very much for listening to my discussion.
Thank you, Professor Mary Ann L. Ansano. And thanks to all the speakers that share the inspiring topics with us today. And now let's proceed to the final Q&A session and invite the moderator for today's conference, Dr. Xinghao Wu from the National University of Kaohsiung, to host this session.
Thank you very much for all the distinguished speakers today. It was such a meaningful and insightful experience sharing and theoretical foundation that we, I think, not just me, but all the participants on site or virtually will learn great lessons from all this wonderful speech. Actually, we'll proceed to the final question and answer Q&A session. That's how we do. I think we have already some questions posted online, and maybe some of you have already seen the questions. I think all of you could just sit here. I'm the one who will raise the questions, and then for the speakers in the second row, perhaps you probably should stand up for answering if I cue you. Okay, so you will stand up a little bit because I have already checked because the visibility probably will be blocked from the first row. So for the guest speakers in the second row, please just stand up for answering for the feedbacks. But for the first row, it's just you can just relax yourself and sit there. And I think for each question, we will have about 5 minutes for answering the questions or any supplements, extras, and extra. Well, actually, I would like to make some conclusion, maybe. Not just conclusion, it's my personal observations or my thoughts about today's speech. Yeah, I think it's wonderful because I've always tell my colleagues and my students about how the Filipinos entrepreneurship is doing so well. Because why? Because we have already held 3 times of international youth sustainability leadership competitions. And Beacon University actually won the first prize 3 times in a row. Oh my God. Give yourself an applause. Oh my God. I think because there's quite an openness and transparency competitions. So why I'm saying that, because for the first 2 times, we already, for UK also sent out some teams for participate, but we are not in the final round. We finally managed to get a prize in the 3rd time, the last time. Yeah, so the skills, the presentation, the innovation of the teams represented by your distinguished university is so impressive, so impressive. So I always tell my colleagues and my friends that we should learn from our neighbors. We're so close, the closest country to us. So we should know more about our neighbors. So actually, I've been in the Philippines for the first time is when I was in college. Maybe I talked to you with Dim Tinson that's in college. I went to a Catholic university in Taiwan. So as you're a Catholic country, so we have this ancient student seminars among all the Catholic universities in Asia. So I went to Philippines for the first time. It's because the University of Ateneo held that seminars. So we spent 3 weeks in the Philippines, in Manila. So it's quite impressive to me. So then I just found out that, wow, we can learn so much from our neighbors because to see the diversity, the cultural diversity in Philippines. And you have the great influence from Spain, also from the United States, a little bit Japan maybe, and of course also indigenous concepts and cultures. I think that Dim Tinson just mentioned about the culture diversity and geographic and ecological values. Okay, so I think today from Dim Tinson's, this is social enterprises is so well. Actually, we also, for these IYLs competitions, we try for students to formulate teams and to get good ideas. Just making businesses not just for profits, right? So also caring people and caring the planets. Yeah, it's also important. So that could be incorporated into even the larger scale of enterprises of ESG is now promoting. Yeah, it's true. So even that, we don't call it as a social enterprises, but the social responsibility for companies, notwithstanding the scale, yeah, should also incorporate it. And of course, the Professor Gell, about just the first time I just aware about this canvas. Because I'm a lawyer, so I don't know anything about business, but that's quite good. I think it's very good, sensible and effective tools to initiate any business strategies. So I will learn a lot from that, and also from Professor Jiva about this innovation, for seeking for the entrepreneurships opportunities. So we can see this. We saw the population bonus. Yeah, we just talked about in lunch about how the low birth rates just infects our economies in the long run. So that is a great potential for the Philippines. Wow, this is a huge population, and this youth population is of course the core of the entire population matrix. Not just Philippines and all other Asian states, of course, like Indonesia or India, Vietnam. So the innovations brought by the youth is also important. And the Professor Orado about the micro enterprises. Well, that's very good. I think that's because it raised a very important critical issue is about the key role of the government could play for the how to promote the micro enterprises, how to actually Professor also just mentioned about how to the corporate management is quite a little bit related to the questions. It's because how we scale up the micro enterprises is important. So I would like to share some of the experience in Taiwan. It is about how we government provide the incentives for the micro enterprises. But in Taiwan, we call it as SME, right? The small and medium enterprises. Yeah, and actually the economic growth from the past experience in Taiwan is quite contributed by the SME, even to date. Because SME is very vital for the sustainable economy as our general themes. Because it provides plenty of job opportunities. Yes. So we always think about how to scale up the enterprises, but we sometimes miss the point about how the contribution of SME could bring to the society as a whole. So I think it's very important. Even today, the Ministry of Economic Affairs, we have a branch that maybe Professor Ong will just, because about the project, the startup projects, it's actually from that divisions, from the small and medium enterprises. So we provide some low interest loans because financial mechanisms are quite important for any entrepreneurships or for the SME or microeconomics. So the financial economics, just like Dr. Julia just mentioned about the financial inclusion, is very critical. Yeah. Not just for the economic growth, but all other public policies is very critical for building up a sustainable financial mechanism. Because I have a lecture in a BICO. We talk about the carbon pricing, about the carbon credits, but it all comes to the financial mechanism, because you need to have a sustainable financial resources to support any important and critical public policies, or even for the economic growth. So, actually, that's the Dr. Nolan just mentioned about corporate management is very important, especially you mentioned about what are the small enterprises, the challenges for them. It's the lacking of business skills, managing governors, and even to face the climate change. And now, of course, for geopolitics issue is also critical in this changing world order, right? Yeah, so the food security is very critical. Yeah, because if you have to maintain the food security in order to control the inflation, I think it's also very important. But about the food price, as we all experience that. So how we help the small agriculture practice, I think would be a great benefit for promoting the cooperative management strategies. Well, actually, I learned a lot from Professor Mary about the, because I've been there in the Philippines and I have so many Filipino friends. Yeah, so I'm quite impressive about this entrepreneurships and mega trades in Philippines, how we do business in Philippines. Yeah, so building up the trustful relation is critical. So, you know, because we known each other for nearly, I have known the Dim Sum for maybe around 3.5 years, I think. But only the last, I think, the end of November, we first met. But this is the second time I met Dim Sum and then with others professors from BICOS for the second time. But, you know, the person, you know, the in-person contact is quite critical. It has not been done by the virtually, yeah, because of the human contact, the eye contact. It's very important. So if you want to do business in the Philippines, I think you have a travel. If I travel to Philippines several times, maybe I will promise you about my next trip to BICO maybe. In order to build out a more stronger in-depth collaboration with the BICO University and partners. Of course, and all the partners from Asia Virtual Academy is also critical. Yeah, it's very important. Well, I think that's some of my initial observation or some plus to my feedbacks to your outstanding talk. Okay, now I now will proceed to the questions. Okay. Oh, that's从哪里开始? Yeah, we have already collected some of the questions online, but before that, I would like to ask the participants on site, do you have any questions or any feedbacks or comments on site? And our students, do you have any questions or you would like to raise before I proceed to the questions? All right, maybe they're still thinking about it. All right, so without further ado, the first question is, I think it's a yeah. I think the question is actually from Professor Benares. She is our first speaker for our season 1 Asia Virtual Academy. Wow, that's quite meaningful. That first question was brought by Professor Christia. Christia, okay. And it's for Professor Ong. Okay, you can sit there. We'll give you a microphone. Okay. The question is, well, actually, Professor Benares was quite impressive with our strategy taken by Taiwan for startups. So, her question is, what commercialization pathways are made available by the startup Terrace Kaohsiung, that's our project, to faculty researchers who have developed technology? Okay, so maybe Professor Ong would like to.
All right. Okay. Would you please go back to my slides and on page 13. Page 13.
Page 13.
Yeah, right.
Is that one?
Oh. I didn't see that.
Yeah. Is that? Can we change the slides?
Yeah. Can you change the screen to? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. All right. Let me show you how we commercialize the pathway for the startups, but not for the faculty members in the universities. Okay. If the faculty in the universities they have already developed some of the techniques or skilled or some innovations. And in our university here, and we can help the researchers or professors to establish their business. Then go to our terrace. Okay, you can register, or we can help you to register, how to register in Taiwan, then help you to start your business. And so that right here, for the process, right there in the middle there, what will we check? We will check if you are within 8 years old, this business. Within 8 years old of the business, and we will help you up. And if you are foreigners, okay, and you will have 3 months of the stay in our terrace for free. You can check if you are suitable for in Taiwan or not. And during these 3 months, and we will have some mentors, okay, to assist you to assess what is the market, where is your market in Taiwan, and where your product suitable for Taiwan market, okay, and so that, and for example, there is one startup from United States, which is father and son, okay, and they came to Taiwan last September, okay, this September, okay, and after 3 months, then they decide to reside in our terrace, okay, and during these 3 months, and we assist them how to build up, how to register your business in local government, okay, in Kaohsiung City. Later on, and we will have some of the like exhibition show not only in domestic but also in like Singapore or Japan, and we will give them the chances, the opportunities to join, and but each of the startup, they can have the opportunity to submit their application to the exhibition, but they have to pay for themselves, their plane tickets or their own expenses. But for the exhibition expenses, we will cover all of them. And so that startups, they can have this kind of services from this times. And also, we will have some tourists okay, from foreign countries come to our terrace. We will ask startups, do you want to have a pitch to those foreigners? Some of the startups, they can share their pitch, or they can give their pitch within this visit. And these are how we commercialize the startups to expand their
question about how we transfer the technology or